Hello, welcome in everyone. The lights are already off. Welcome in. My name is Sun, your local cowboy lawyer extraordinaire today. How are you guys doing? Oh, whoa! Meta, is that you? Did you just buy... Is that the desk mat? Why is it just a PNG like that? I need to fix that, but thank you so much. I hope you enjoy it when it arrives. I think I like the quality of the desk mats from the site, so I think you'll enjoy it. It'll be on the big side, so I hope you have the desk space. But I hope it's good. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah. But how are you guys today? I'm a few minutes late because my neighbors, like, exactly on the dot of when I was going to go live, rang the doorbell, so I answered and they gave us food. Yeah, I like their quality. Their prints are very quality. But I had to have a little snack before I went live. They're so generous. I think that they were like making food for like Ramadan, I believe it was. So they gave us food before. It was like this like a potato pie, and this time around it was donuts. They're so good. They're really good. They're so airy and had a little bit of sugar on top. I don't think I've had Ramadan. It's like the fasting. It's like the month-long fasting in I believe like Muslim culture, and they can only eat from like sunset to sunrise. They can't even have water throughout the day. So it's they make a lot of this is my understanding of it. Like they make a lot of food and they kind of feast once the sun sets. That's a good neighbor. Yeah, they're so nice. I would want to wait. Like from how things are projected right now, I think they're gonna give us like a food a few more times. Not to assume, but that just feels like it. So at the end, I definitely want to give them like a gift basket as thank you or something. My neighborhood's really nice, I feel like. I've never had an issue with them. I don't really go out that often, but they're really nice when I do, like a few times that I do interact with them. And thank you so much for the Yowie, and thank you so much for all your first. Dingy, thank you so much for the first of the day. Hope you have good with your workout. Yeah. We left off in the story. This is part 2 of case 1-5. If you guys ever wonder why, thank you for the bento boxes. If you guys ever wonder why, I named the cases this way, which is like 1-5, 2-3, that kind of stuff. It's differentiating between the different games and their cases. So like game 2, case or chapter 3 would be 2-3. And so each game does differentiate between that. So if you said like GS1, that is Gyakuten Saiban, the Great Ace Attorney, or DGS1, Dai Gyakuten Saiban, which is the Great Ace Attorney, case 1, and like all those other kind of things. Or like AAI is Ace Attorney Investigations, which is the Miles Edgeworth spinoff. What's case 6-9? Well, there is no case 6-9. There is a game 6, which is the Spirit of Justice, which is the last of the Apollo Justice trilogies. But the cases only go up to like 5, maybe 6 on average. There's only about 5 to 6 cases per game. It's usually 4 or 5 main cases and then 1 like bonus case. Honestly, of Japanese high school class labels, kind of. And I can hydrate. Thank you so much. Yeah, kind of. Like year 3 class 1 would be 3-1, sort of. And that's sort of like an easy way to say like, oh, this is case like 4-5. Case 6-9 is when Edgeworth and Phoenix finally smooch. No, they definitely do that between 5 and 6. Yeah. Somewhere in the trilogies, they definitely smooch. You'll see why Spirit of Justice is my favorite and also least favorite game. Oh! has a long cowboy. Yay! Really? Not in really, but it feels that way. They really like mellow out the characters in the future. It's fun. I like the directions they go with the characters and the story. Well, thank you so much for the bento boxes. The only reason I don't like 6 is because it's like the conclusion. Oh, thank you so much for the light. Confetti goes on top. It goes on top of priority because I want it to go off because it's like so short. Also, what's up? Why is it so fast? The scan? Well, it's not fast. It's just coming from the different direction on this side. We get to see more edgy Grump. He mellows out. It was like 30% faster from that side. Probably because I'm bigger on this screen, so I probably adjusted the speed accordingly. I'm also like almost in the middle of the screen as opposed to being like here, which is smaller and also way more off to the side, so it probably feels faster that way. But I think it goes roughly the same speed. Big son. Maybe it goes faster. I don't know. You guys ready to go right into it? We left off in the middle of our trial, the middle of our day 2. Technically like day 3, but in the middle of our day 2 trial. We got evidence. We've basically proven that our victim, who was a detective, was killed. Evidently, he was killed in 2 different places at the exact same time. But we've proven that there's no solid evidence that the second location is actually where he was killed. But in turn, that also means that our client has to have been the one who killed him then. What's more appropriate for Morningwood? Cute or handsome? For the sheriff of Morningwood, put it as 1 word. Because as 2 words, you're just calling it Morningwood, you know? You have to say it like it's a town name. And that's up to your discretion, I think. Is that not what it is? I'm not... You guys just want to say Morningwood on my channel? On my oh. I don't have a way to zoom in on this screen. You coming into my channel in my town, and you're saying you're saying that you got Morningwood in my face? No, this is the town of Morningwood. Usually takes 7 seconds to reach you, so counting until then is pretty good timing for scanning other things. It's almost done by the time confetti came. Ah. Clip it. I do curate my clips, so if you like a clip, download it, because you don't know if I'll take it down. Because the thing is, sometimes they get past me because they don't come up in priority, as I found out. But sometimes if people shout me out if I raid them, and they have the shout out that picks a random clip, I don't want a clip that's just 30 seconds of me in silence. You know, if you accidentally clip something, if you don't title it, it still publishes it as a clip. Just so you know. So make sure to go through the clips that you've done of other people's channels. Because sometimes if you accidentally hit clip and you don't name it, it still does it by automatic. Random clip of Morningwood, which is so dumb. I don't know why it does that. But do Morningwood? Morningwood is 1 word. Like if he's called a town Snowberg, or what did we call our mines? Rockhard? That's also 1 word. You gotta consider it like a town name. If you split it up into 2 words, that's just saying that you have Morningwood in my chat, and I'll ban you. I'll put you in timeout. Don't go into people's streams and announce that you have no morning wood. Sorry, no, I understood what you meant. we gotta keep up the... Also, if you ever... Not you specifically, but as a generic you to chat. If you ever explain in someone else's chat the inside joke, I don't want you guys to get flagged. You know what I mean? I don't want someone to accidentally say morning wood and they get permabanned in like a friend's chat or something, you know? I understand what you mean here, but people who come in you or anything like that need to know the context. Well, they don't need to know the context. They need to understand it's a joke. Alright. Accidentally saved with no volume on. Okay. Back. Alright. We're ready to go in. Do we apostrophe for the G or the G... or use like the G for the morning? Call it by its full name. But you can replace the G with the apostrophe if you want. But I think, like, formally, you want to call it... by the way, son, I'm using your gold saucer guide. I'm up to 300k MGB now. Like, is it working? Like, even if I'm not there, like, is it really working out? Morning, yeah! It could be lowercase or uppercase, W, but yeah, like that. Yeah, it's I'm happy. It's so easy to earn MGP as long as you do it diligently. It's Friday. I don't have the gold saucer link set up properly, but if you look up like Fashion Week by Kayoko Star on Reddit or Twitter, it'll come up with what you need for the Fashion Week, and it'll explain it pretty easy. I've gotten 10k twice with it. Yeah, the Y strategy. It's I feel like that's the easiest way to predict which way to go, you know? Because it's a lot easier to see if, you know, you're not gonna get the full reward or not. Anyway, let's load in. All right, we're ready. We ended the first half of the case, and we said we need to bring in Jake Marshall, because he was the one in charge of the evidence room security. But people got in. How did they get in without notice from the guard? So we've brought him in February 24th, 2016, probably 17, probably. District Courtroom number 9. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Ms. Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. Oh, that's right. Emma and Lana had a bit of a fight, and then Emma ran off. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. For visual reference, for anyone, this is our client, Lana Skye. This is Emma Skye, her younger sister and her current assistant. This is the Cowboy. We've just accused of, I guess, negligence of his post. And this is the victim, Bruce Goodman. It's a good man. Poor Blue Badger. Alright. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. The Blue Badger will solve the case. He's just a little nervous. He's doing his best. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, If you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. On the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Will you share with us your testimony of the day of the crime? In plain old English. They speak English over in Texas, right? Having a bit of a day today, son. Glad you're alive. I hope your day gets better. I hope you take care of yourself. You know, give yourself a little treat, take a nap if needed. And also feel free to lurk in here. They do speak English, but they're also a little odd. My job was to keep the wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make 3 rounds. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, it was at a street-side saloon the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? Yeehaw! I thriced! I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows how to use those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks in the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. Hi. He's not good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses, don't they now? Now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? He did call him Prosecutor. He's been calling him Prospector this entire time. This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Job was to keep an wary eye on that bone orchard. It'll be a second because we got a lot of evidence yesterday. But it'll take me a minute to remember what's what. It's been a good 12 hours since then. Said I was supposed to make the rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. He gets away with it by being handsome. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you hear a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. You sure about that? There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? I don't know if you could bring a knife into a courtroom. That's not the worst thing that has been brought into the courtroom or will be, so it's the least of our concerns. I'm waiting for Professor to finish getting ready for the day, so I'm here for Cowboy Sun goodness, yeah! Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. That, I believe we have evidence against. Because we already checked that this is Marshall's fingerprints, and he wiped the blood off of his own locker. I don't know if it was his locker. But it was a locker. Be right back. Make lunch. Okay. It's not the worst thing, but we've had, you know, whips. We've had other things. I can't think of off the top of my head. Gun. Even as evidence. I feel like everything really went downhill. Not downhill. The Apollo usually has some more wild stuff. Like, this is the precedent for the rest of the game, too. And this is even, like, retroactively added to the first game. But anyway, we know these are Marshall's fingerprints. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. That's suspicious. Oh my god, do you guys see the back of his boots have like the tallest heels? Witness, what's the meaning of this? Blood! Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? Seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints, found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be in the same place as the bloodstained handprint. You just happened to exactly put your hand down where the old wiped away handprint was, huh? Murderer touched the locker where my fingerprints were by chance. Oh, so you put your hand there first. Okay. Bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. Witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. That's suspicious. That's weird. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Bloodstained fingerprints. Your Honor, I call Cap. He's wearing it on his head. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. That's because you, how you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That, and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? We're streaming more Phoenix? Yeah, we're wrapping up today's case. I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective, the locker I still use. All that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. So he had no idea. Assuming that he actually doesn't know how the locker system works, he just assumes it opens because he's touching the locker. He doesn't know about the fingerprint scanning. Marshall's fingerprints updated in the court record. One of them just happened to be in the same place as the blood-stained handprint. To be fair, he said he has no idea how computers work. Yeah, that's true. He only knows how to work the security cameras. Murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. But didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know that? Maybe a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. It's a loose can of storage, lock and load. All I know about computers is all my friends are in there. There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. Poor Gumshoe. However, no fingerprints were detected on the handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too, when we got that perfect oval of a fingerprint. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? The seal of blood? If the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality. That's this. Security tape. Unless my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. We'll get him. Too bad it wasn't me in that video. Right, partner? What do you mean by that? Oh. Ooh, I know this game well. You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. Son is Phoenix, right? I knew it. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. What do you mean? It's perfectly fine. You know, the panning back and forth, the blue badger covering half the screen. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Yeah, we got something that I pointed out last time, and now it's coming into use now. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. We're gonna keep our eyes around here on this camera, right? Particularly, Officer Marshall's locker. I could fast forward this, but why would I? And the scuffle happened. Ooh, oh no. Catch him, yeah. Is it coming up right here? How peculiar that something here wasn't there before. Bring our attention back to the security camera. Is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Peculiar indeed. The days are short in Texas. So are our tempers. Did you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? You've never been to Texas. You just admitted that. Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies at a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with a white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. It's like a magic trick. Hi, Blue Badger. I should make a Blue Badger model. That'd be so funny. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. The Badger is my sleep paralysis friend. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order! It would seem that's the only... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. I mean, it is. Murderer needed to hide something, so opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like my wanted man? Doesn't know. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who could open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it! When you get an ellipses from Edgeworth, you know you fucked up. Tostinos, Tostinos, hot pizza rolls. Alright. I think we have an entry about the lockers. Only assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Fingerprint sensor. That's the song I was singing, yeah! That's the Totino song! We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Professor's out of the shower and says, "Hi, son." Tell Ty, howdy, partner. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I hope you guys are having fun on your trip. I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! He said, oh, good, God. Everybody's talking about Totinos. Order! Order! Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke. It's the worst joke I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Heck of a word, partner. About to... Oh, yeah, I hope you guys have fun. It's your first time, right? I hope it goes well. Hope you have a good time. Stay safe. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay, please answer the question. What is he now? A bullfighter? Yeah. That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can? Have a look at the floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. That's so. Then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Well, there's only place that he could have been if he saw Officer Meekins. Son, that's me. Hi, Zuchi. It's my favorite cowboy. Me? Howdy, partner. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Oh, and I can hydrate, thank you so much. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him if he could show his, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me! Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? Still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence, proving I've dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems like you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. We're a noob. Or a rookie. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. Or rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it had been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Will you show us why the witness had to open his locker? Why'd you fast forward? Oh, I can, like... Got it right here. Can't see his face. But we do see something else showing up on the screen right here. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room. Though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. And the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. Meekins has a cut on his hand. He got injured during the scuffle. A bloody white coat. You couldn't walk out like that. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. We're the smartest lawyers in the West. 30! Woo! Thank you so much for the stream streak, Zuchi! Ah! Ready to tell us the truth? That's also a lot of stream streaks. Looks like I underestimated y'all. Hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you're only half as persistent as you were today, y'all wouldn't have had to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Alright. Seems the time has come. I didn't know the streak went that high. I think Meta has one higher, but it only lets you do it for, like, milestone numbers. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas I wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't a murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, 51 streak on Gary's channel. Gosh. I appreciate how supportive you guys are of us. Also, you get extra channel points for the streaks that you do. So the supposed victim really was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one murdered, then how can that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Poor Meekins. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. When you say it, you mean... You even have to ask, partner? It's the SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's... that incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? The case is closed. Only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. Planned to take out the evidence. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I didn't press on this one. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal. I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole it the morning of the incident. That really was why Goodman started filing out the lost item report. Imagine having to fill out a lost item report, but you need your ID number to report the lost ID. Why does he care so much about it? Stay tuned to find out right here at Twitch/YourSon. We'll be right back. If he scrapes himself a few more times, he'll make enough skin flakes and hairs to make 100 clothes of himself. Listen, cowboy beards grow out fast, I guess. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor to the prosecutor's parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because... because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. Knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned to be in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-of-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more before I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry it had to turn out this way. Me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. You knocked Officer Meekins out, and so he's been showing off the knife he used in that case the entire time. Managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who got into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. Security tape was erased every 6 hours. If all had gone to plan, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat and struggled with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? And what else? He was sleeping like a baby. What you're saying is, on that day, and he murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. He's literally waving evidence in our face. Our face? Or his face? The first time we met him. So it's okay for him to bring the knife into the courtroom because it's technically evidence. Oh, I didn't press him on that last one. Well, the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? Victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. You stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Sir, the cat ears are evidence. It's perfectly fine for my client to wear them on the head in the courtroom. And the maid dress? We're getting to that. Clothing is fine, to be honest. The clothes that they have and the accessories they have are perfectly permissible within the courtroom. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, May I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID? Injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. What you're saying is, Edgy could wear assless chaps. He could, but he's already wearing like a three-piece suit. Plus an ascot at all times. It can't be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are even, not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one's mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get the answer, get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? The ascot has covered up the hickeys we give him? Not yet. This is still the first game. It's only been 2 months since he thanked us for, you know, getting him not guilty for murder. We need to give him more time. Let him cook. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? It'll be like 2 more years before he calls us partner. That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. There's something that still bothers me. Something went down to that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. Better take another look at the files. Alright. What do we have? What do we have? The SL9 incident files. Files for the Joe Dark killings solved 2 years ago. We just got this morning, so we gotta check them out. Incident number SL9. Closed. Perpetrator, Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Trial data. Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Witness, Lana Skye, Emma Skye. Investigation Task Force. Executive investigators, Damon Gant, Lana Skye. Head investigator, Bruce Goodman. Investigators, Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. Now, something real interesting about the victims list here. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims, Neil Marshall. Are we related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. The case fell into your hands. Well, what's his relation to you? He was my brother. Judge, please, this guy was the top prosecutor only 2 years ago. Well, they don't always meet every single one. It could be that the main judge presiding over, you know, Neil's cases was a different judge. You have 5 different courtrooms in this, building. Look at that handsome lad. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gann, the then deputy chief of police. I guess to be fair, this is the same judge who didn't realize Phoenix had an imposter. Yeah. Just wait 2 more years. There he was. They hinted at this entire time, but he's like behind the text box, which if you don't have this setting turned down, could be a solid colored box and you'd never see him. The group of detectives I was a part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Oh, this is the killer. Joe Dark. Brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? I think I just noticed something distinct. Maybe, perhaps. There's more in my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. What do you think you noticed, Helicard? That would be the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with the resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, and he rendered him unconscious and fled. I noticed some very unique eyes. I wonder. I wonder what you saw there. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. It's good news, but it's bad for us. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze me. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department at the day of the crime, this means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why I've examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant could not be convicted yesterday. Was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Hi there, Luna. Thank you for coming in. I don't have a Discord, but if you're a subscriber, you do have access to it. My, emote-only Discord. Seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries of the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely uncontestable. If you have a response, make a single word, or less. Ah! Is that our one word? I rest my case. Seems this trial's reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. This proved the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved yesterday is true. The apparent murder in the security camera tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now, the time for verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Emma! Your Honor, wait! Emma! The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright? Were you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor. I'm asking for all I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Ah, Mystic Victoria. Hi, thank you so much for the raid. How was Persona? Hi. My name is Sun, your local fox boy, artist, cowboy lawyer. Ooh, and I can hydrate. Thank you. Welcome in. How's Persona? Drank too much water there. Hope you had fun with it. Welcome in, Raiders. If anyone needs to rest up, take care of yourselves. We're finishing up case 5-1, the extra case of game 1 for the Ace Attorney trilogy. Gay! Wait, who? How's Ace Attorney treating you? It's good. This is one of my favorite game series, so I'm kind of playing it to show off to my chatters, if it will be. And I'm so excited because I saved this case for last, because we're gonna go into the Apollo Justice trilogy very soon. So there's some important characters and development we need to show off. show off away, King. Me? Am I the king of prosecutors now? Well, defense attorneys. Yeah, step ladder. Oh, is this for me to reach my award? Thank you. Wow, thank you so much. Yeah, but if anyone, feel free to lurk, have a snack, peek in. We are on the halfway point of the case, so any spoilers for anyone interested, you're free to take off if you need to. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please, hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Wow, so generous. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings? Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky Sisters were on that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. My sibling wasn't happy when Apollo came out because it took focus away from Phoenix, but I was so pleasantly surprised when I played Ace Attorney 4 myself. I love the series so much. Unapologetically, I do love the series. Understandably, there are probably some points where, people will be turned away from the series, from like a shift like that, but it's good. It's all for the story. So, I ran over there and tried it, and I looked at it again. So, did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not so much of a scientific investigator after all. That's okay, Emma. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. I'm just an attorney. But, Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Uh-oh. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Whose hand is that? Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with the blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer the question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If I ever needed to concentrate, it's now. Could be wrong with the handprint. What could be wrong with the handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Would there be something I'm missing? I'm sure there is. There has to be. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction.
The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Taking a look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Missing?
You mean, something wasn't drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use.
Question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans?
Now, there's something very obviously missing from the crime scene, because we've seen it a dozen times already. We've constantly been seeing it in the video. Edgy is such a good prosecutor. There's something that we've been seeing over and over again that had a bit of a hindrance to our identification.
What about that piece of plywood?
The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime.
Well, what?
That's right. As long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint on this spot on the locker.
What?
I love that animation sprite.
So that means, what exactly does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in?
Just one moment. I will not allow such a far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice.
But how?
One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, for which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. I can't see if the handprint was there behind the badger. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
The murder portrayed at the security tape has proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found at this locker.
So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. Oh, I think we have a pretty solid time. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? We do have pretty solid, a pretty solid window. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. In order to do so, an ID card would be required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record! Officer Meekins brought the blue badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place there before that crime, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? I never would have thought you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure it out. Figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clue from the luminol test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from those first crimes was wiped away. Like the real murder. It would have just been 10 minutes by the... I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 7777777. Talk about a lucky number. Well, wait. That doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only possible explanation. He went in with 7777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777777777. Oh, there's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of the ID card. At least, at present. Might be easier to say 7 7s. Rhythmically, I know how to read it, because I know how to break down, like, the first 4 and then the second 3. The text one where it was all spelled out was a little bit harder. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire about such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how... Not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such an authority. If an official charge is filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? Your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not you. But her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Anna? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 7777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing. About that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. That trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Ooh, that's a tough question. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. Occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana. I became prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator, can you look me, an investigator in the crime, in the eye, say that you did? Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Forged evidence. Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Sorry, Edgeworth, your life is a lie. Edgeworth is doing his best, and he's just sort of getting the bad hand handed to him. But this actually becomes very important later on in the series. Hi, Charlie. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Holy shit, Edward's very foundation for being a prosecutor are being trashed. Oh, I mean, his foundation for becoming a prosecutor was in self-reflection and punishment for thinking that he killed his father, like 15 years ago. He is already on a not so great path, but he gets better. We fix him. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. We fix it. We do. We literally do. He says it too. He admits it. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all in here in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil,
was only trying to save me.
That means you...
Yes. I was a witness to the Joe Dark trial. Why did I never hear about this? Because you're the pro tag, Phoenix. If this was 2 years ago, he was still in school, I think. He was still in law school. Didn't see that one coming. Law school / art school. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
No Dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then...
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Permanent picture? What did you see in the instant the crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. He has got an onion head.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out.
And I can hydrate, thank you.
When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. Been through so much.
That's her. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. And find the evidence to make the airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. Oh.
I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime.
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So, you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. On a forged evidence, Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known it was given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could just have testified properly, none of this would have happened.
Another 10K, let's go! Yeah! 3 days, that's lucky! You're gonna have millions in no time. It's so easy if you're like, you pick like 1 to 2 days a week to check in on it. Yeah. Don't forget to do the lottery. Close to the picking disc, yeah. So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After the case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up what she did. Especially not to Emma. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but why was he being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. Another detective! Hi there, unknown foe. He was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, he was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Is it that easy to become a prosecutor? There doesn't seem to be an age limit. Blah. Anyone can become one. Thank you for updating the autopsy report. News! Lana used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. Alright. Let's go say hi to Lana. Hi. Lana. Mr. Wright? It seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Says in your aptitude test you do anything to win, even falsify evidence? Welcome aboard. I think in the overall, my favorite I like all the prosecutors, is the thing. I like all the prosecutors. I find them all very fun. The prosecutors from Apollo Justice and Dual Destinies are my 2 favorites. I love them very much, and you'll see why. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person could be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case is stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. Was the witness what the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma? It doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. She's sacrificing herself. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall had worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. They tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. How you tell us? Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So we waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. These titles are so long, and also there's 2 marshals now. That's when he found me. So you were the first person to run into the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Dead body! When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems that Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark in immediate arrest. It's true. I was a member of the police force for 2 years. 2 years ago. She was amazing. I still talk about the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of the police back then, but he still worked on the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're a chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned to be becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes. So you could use the experience in court, right? Ah, I see. So she already had the probably the prosecution education, like the lawyer education. Gant's help in the SI-9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. Well, what are you saying? There's no way anyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But the case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to the extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case might just not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark in the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Criminal Affairs Department, I guess? Criminal Affairs. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same though. Why don't we go look for some people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Entrance. Oh. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus.
No. Say, where are you headed?
Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation.
Also, how does a cactus dry up? How little are you watering this thing?
It's a voluntary appearance. But we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, partner.
But, Mr. Marshall, why did he do it? Shouldn't you be in custody for stabbing your coworker or giving false testimony, or at least being relieved of your knife? He's going in right now. The knife, I guess, is not an issue. I guess it wasn't that big of an issue.
Why did prospectors head west? If there ever was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today.
The knife is an issue. He stabbed someone. He didn't do it with the intent of stabbing someone, though. He did it with the intent of scaring off Meekins, and Meekins fucking panicked. He fucking went at him, and then accidentally got cut on the knife. But Marshall didn't intend to actually kill Meekins or anything like that. He was just trying to, you know, like, intimidate him. And then Meekins, flailed his arms in a panic.
Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All of the detectives thought so.
What do you mean, fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with a broken tip?
That was Joe Dark's, alright. But, in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
What does that mean exactly?
It means there's a good chance the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in that report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
But the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
Got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around.
He was one of the best guys around. Look at him. Look at the family resemblance.
I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the
King of Prosecutors?
Knew it.
What are you looking at me that for? It's an honor for a prosecutor.
Sir Marshall must have really been close with his brother. Oh. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning. By nightfall, there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. Gosh, you can't be one of the best guys around for anything in this world. Or you're either a killer or a murder victim or shown to be a fraud. It all comes with catches. So, how old is Jake? He was... So Neil Marshall was 27. He would have been 29 now. And then Jake Marshall is 4 years older. I was just thinking about that.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in my tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They?
Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and the second in command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person in the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yep. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. And tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret's too well guarded. Never find out.
On a secret. It all started 2 years ago.
There you have it. That's my story. Do you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used the falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. Someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today.
Was he not drinking that this entire time? I don't think he ever had the animation of him taking off that lid until just now.
Too bad I won't be around to work with you. Become a real scientific investigator.
Aww.
Adios, Bambina.
And then we never see him again.
Where do we go? No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making a headway in the case.
But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
Gotta find all the answers by tomorrow.
I don't know where to go now.
I guess I just don't have the, all the pieces. Let's see. Okay. Here. Here. Okay. This place is always pretty empty. But today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room.
Thanks.
Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did at and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits.
Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Well, we did ask. We did politely ask. Oh. This is a room. I have a friend who would kill to have a room like this. Just giant organ in the middle of her room. What a minimalist looking office. Oh. Where am I? Oh, there's even like stained glass. I would push all of the organ keys. I would like to try playing one. In the chief's office, silly. At least, that's what it said on the door. They got that pipe organ. It's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ kids in lesson, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading on his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands too full with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. She must have been in trouble a lot, I guess. Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies! See that picture there on the wall? Picture on the wall over there? There's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it together, we took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with the picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Gant team picture added to the court record. Oh hey, is that? Yeah, that was the trophy for the King of Prosecutors Award. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Oh, I wasn't looking at the trophy. I'd say that was like the most important part of the picture. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that this case isn't over with yet, after all. Well, what do you mean? Chief Gant denied a request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean, like, a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside get inside the chief's office. Breaking and entering! Alright. Hey, pal! Oh, a hydrate. Thank you so much. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? Just taking a breather. My feet hurt. Hey, Gumshoe. Your shell hasn't been cut recently, has it? From sitting so long? Actually, serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Oh. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No? Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. Falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes. Oh. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye's the guilty party here. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, the prosecutor's responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talents as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies.
Hey, Dick, keep up the good work.
Yes, sir!
Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat.
Yes, sir!
You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir!
Seems like you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack.
Gumshoe is so sociable. He's friendly. He cares about other people. Ideal man right here.
Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find anything?
The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean...
when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think he had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written in here, somewhere in here, okay?
His power of recollection never fails to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Would be... this. About this.
Hey, is that...
As a tag attached to it, the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking about.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, the knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again! This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced him back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. Take a good look at the knife. You'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look at. You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah. Well, anyway, take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
Detective Neil Marshall was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife? Oh, that's a big tip of the knife, actually. It doesn't look like it from here, but I guess something about the angle looked like this was like the tip of it. But that's like half the knife.
You bet. Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive. The broken tip was found in the victim's body. Just the tip was inside.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. That's gonna do some major damage if that's left in the body. Well, considering that Jake was dead, or Neil was dead, I'd say that was a lot of damage, yeah. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day, on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So, it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then, when he was carrying bodies, a jogger came up to the scene and he was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Seems like he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in?
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim.
Prosecutor Marshall. So this all happened in one day. It's a serial killing, but it's a one-day serial killing.
The crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing the last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If there's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief is out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if it's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe's our only chance of getting into that office. Gumshoe! Hey, Gumshoe! I wonder if there's something we can show him that would make him change his mind. I don't think we have anything right now we can show him. Let's see. Where to go now? I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. Looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here?
Sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. It's a little crumple of paper there. Tough day in court, huh?
I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
We know he's struggling deep inside.
So, what do you want? Like some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to. And nothing I can do to erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified.
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, and my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains that that fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth?
I take pride in my work. But tell me why. Why does it all come down to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep up this kind of emotion bottled up. You could tell us all your problems, Edgeworth. Let me take a look at this paper that you threw on the ground. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth's sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective... Is that Detective Gumshoe out in the window there? Oh no! He's falling to the ground! Hold on. First let me see what the girl is crawling around my feet. What this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. Oh, what? Letter of... You're having trouble reading. I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... Tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But, Mr. Edgeworth, none of it's your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. The path I've walked hasn't been just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. Letter of resignation. I wonder if I could use it for anything. Can we just put it in our pocket? Edgeworth discarded letter of resignation. He is serious. Alright, we cleaned up the floor. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. Because we love you, Edgeworth! To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change the prosecutors. I bet that's why the superiors are, I bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that the case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving rewards can't exactly skip out of the ceremony. Or see, I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes. Just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gann asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. You came back to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. He wants us a prestigious award. Why would he just leave it on the couch? Yeah, you'd think he wanted to show this thing off more than just giant steel. You'd think he wanted to show this thing off more than the giant steel samurai. And what is it? This is the King of Prosecutors Award, right? Of course it is. You know that. I saw something today that looked like this somewhere. Something that looked like that? Yeah, only different. Now, where was it? She's right. Something's amiss here. Maybe I should show Edgeworth that item.
have something that we can show him. That's, pretty important about the statue, about the trophy, rather. Back. I see why you pointed it out earlier. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like he was. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, so there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was the official prosecutor's trophy. That's what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Huh? This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. First means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure! Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Oh my god, Phoenix. Long ago, the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. Then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items both discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why are you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Grant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Updated in the court record. Let's see. Anything else we have to show him? No. Oh. We're in the parking lot. Excuse me? Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Just raw roast beef? Or no, I guess it's cured, right? That's just a broken shield. I mean, I would eat just like a quarter pound of roast beef. That's actually a go-to snack of mine. Miss Star! I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. What do you mean raw roast beef? The picture was red! Did you see the thumbnail picture? It was bright red. It didn't look like pink roast beef. I thought it was just handed me a slab of raw, like, ground beef. Still, Angel, I'm not sure that's how milk discovered, but okay. I mean, how did they find out that you could drink it? Someone had to watch, like, I don't know, a baby cow drinking it and thinking, I want some of that. Cows got nothing to do with it. How did we know that we are capable of drinking other animals' milk? Someone had the galls to do it. You could have squeezed... That doesn't mean that it's edible. You can squeeze anything. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Have you guys never heard of the story of Romulus and Remus, who were two brothers who were raised by suckling on the milk of a wolf? Everyone knows that story, but surely you guys already knew that story, right? Aren't you forgetting something? You know, the little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. That doesn't look like roast beef. That's so red. Also, thank you for updating the autopsy report. Also, it's wrapped up in like a leaf, like a dried leaf packaging. It's not refrigerated. Inside of you, there are two wolves. One is straight, one is gay. Both are lactating. Oh, it worked? It's not appearing in chat. What's not appearing in chat? Oh, the updated outside. I see them. It could just be like a update issue. Out of context, probably the wildest things I've ever typed in this chat. It's preserved forever now. Also hasn't tried. It might be a delay. I see that. I see that you did it. In fact, it says it twice. Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Oh, dark. It's not. That's a name I'll soon not forget. I'll not soon forget. We trailed off for half a year. Oh, the pressure. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. He must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put in that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean, with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong. Joe Darko got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have any proof that anything... But you don't have proof that anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much of an explanation. Then, Lana Skye were transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Grant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he can control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how can he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that, I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence of the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared to confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Ah, yes. Myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Sir Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Alright. Let's see. Back at the police station.
Oh, you're back!
You're still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. Return to your regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ.
Gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you to the chief's office, period. It'll be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. We have something in our pocket for our caring, gentle giant gumshoe to change his mind. These are desperate times. It's a desperate situation.
What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious!
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we just betrayed him.
Detective?
That's it. I made up my mind.
But...
Here, take my ID card.
We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with just another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, it may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this. Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
All right, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe! Gumshoe! God. What a goat. Here goes, Mr. Wright. No one's here. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If anything happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eee! Ah! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? Yeah, I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. And if you're here, then what's the point in you giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Phoenix, you dork! It's not useful to him anyway. If he gets found out that he let someone in, or because he's associated with Edgeworth, he's gonna get terminated. Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this. The desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes. That's where I was waiting for Lana. On the day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it here. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. Let's see. So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. Can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came in here to look around, right? Guess it's one of those SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah. You wouldn't be... No. There's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, then. Okay, now then. Let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy! Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal! You don't just go let it go with that. Sorry. I said it to get into my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. Let's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. There you go. Ignore me again. We gotta keep an ace up our pocket. Alright. I think I want to look at this side first. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making a detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them up when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Oh. On my 42nd birthday, I went to be defenestrated from my boss's office. I mean... Gumshoe's only 30, so that's another... over a decade away. This was Lana's desk. Sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. Not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Has Lana ever come back here? Nope. G-Gam must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were both stuff legends were made of. He has other things to achieve before that, yeah. This was taken the day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room, trying to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. But I never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Shame. Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor. And this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office. Makes them listen to the organ for hours. Oh my god. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. That must bother the fuck out of people. This is the 15th floor, and they can hear it from a different building. It's an instrument of punishment. Literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point. Wow, look at the size of the Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two. And Chief Gant. Put that paper where he was reading in his desk. I love that kind of nonsense. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. List of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at this case name. Huh? SL9 incident? I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally, they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half-size list of evidence. List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. Would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, and now this armor? You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Emma, you're 16. Shush. Be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding it in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. His boobies are too big.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
Other window? You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here...
At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for his window.
Really? Well, why didn't he? Is the top not stained glass?
He said he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. That's also pretty valid, huh? This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is.
We're gonna break into this safe? Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You wanna try my birth date? It's...
Oh no. Are we really? We have an idea of what to put in. Input code. Can I just click? Okay. That's how it works. So it's a 7-digit code. There's really only one thing that we know that we don't have a place to put in yet. Access granted. What is it, a microwave? What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
7777777. Final ID card number in that record. I don't believe it. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 77777777? That ID number?
I think you're 1 7 shy this time. Oh.
This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside? Let's take a look.
Is there anyone in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a
shard from a broken cup.
This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else there too. What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. Knew it. This is a handprint, isn't it? Take a look at that painting again. Well, we got other stuff to look at first.
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up with the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, that was just a thought.
Is that it? Is that all there was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now.
Piece of cloth with a handprint on it. Broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence. They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid we can't. I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on. There's gotta be something to show the detective. Alright. Let's see. Present. The first we have is the shard of a cup of some kind that maybe somehow resembles something we have in our pocket. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
Remember when the three of us put that back together?
Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece from that evidence in the case?
That's right, One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, what, the fragment that we just found? I mean, this one that was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll have a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue. I piece this together again. It'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Right? All it took. There. Fits like a charm. But that of course means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid this piece of jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. What?
Hey guys, get a load of this!
What is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it. That's very jarring. Reddish line. That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in the safe?
A lot of little speckles of blood, huh? Alright, what's the other piece of evidence we have? The leather, right? Detective Gumshoe? I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. Do you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand out like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez, where's your sense of humor?
Alright, Mr. Wright. Let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder in the cloth. Then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? You don't have to be told. I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Okay. What does it want me to do? Oh, it wants me to pick a finger for prints. Gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this. Alright, let's check a different finger then. Alright. Thumb won't work? How about index finger? I feel like there was blood on it before. On the jar, yeah. Okay. This one doesn't do any good either. We keep going till we'll find a good fingerprint. Oh, this is looking promising. One more, one more. We're gonna have to cover up. Alright. Whose are we looking for? Okay, nope. Oh. Oh? It's a perfect match. Oh. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst. Hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are those kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Just keep this information from, let's just keep this information from Enna for now.
Here. Maybe we should hold on to this. Well, was that any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, you're able to get some hard evidence.
Now, that's not very kind, is it?
In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless.
Isn't that right? You in the coat?
Eee!
Chief can't!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs.
I had a bad feeling someone would show up.
Especially him. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on your way out. You won't be needing it anymore? But sir... Now get out. Yes, sir!
Oh, Gumshoe's lost his job. We'll be on our way out too.
No, wait. You. The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like to word with you.
But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator.
You with the spiky hair. You're free to go.
Mr. Wright! No.
Look, pal. If I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaky in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Don't leave her alone in there, Phoenix. I don't think we have a choice. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why she kept eerily silent about it this whole time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal.
Oh, okay. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. See, the chief asked for Emma to come in for questioning. No use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over and over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I do believe I mentioned something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. That I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know? I think I finally figured it out. I know who it was that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Edgeworth's speaking good things about us. He cares. Thick-headed is the term he used, though, I believe. Edgeworth likes our thick head. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Okay. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there's no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so, because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? Do you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, this person in question may have persuaded you into silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask what this person... Who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm so supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name? Got him right here. Alma Sky? Mr. Wright? You are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I guess she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you know? What you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is responsible, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious crimes. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was... me. I had access because I was in I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant. You intend to accuse Chief Gant? You'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Got it. Got it. I just found this in the safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. As you surmised, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. I murdered Detective Goodman. Perhaps I should say, to follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I needed to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, we're not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. And have fun on your little outing. Your errand. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave the knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. Interesting knife to find there. That was the evidence knife from the other case. And this is the knife from Edgeworth's car. It was like in the toolbox, the repair box. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. That's the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes. It seems like I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me, just as I plunged the knife in. A star, huh? That's what actually happened. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't want it to be opened. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. Update that autopsy report. We know the truth now. My intent was to prevent that by doing whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the victim was evidence of the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone in the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. Phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade on his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he wanted to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Chief Detective Goodman, tried to steal evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he must have had disappeared. Did your phone call cause the incident in the evidence room? Afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murder? And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? What to do? I think we'll have to find out after our little food break. Our little break, How does a 20-minute break sound for this time? I have to make food for myself. Go to everyone in the chat, go to the bathroom, take care of your errands, time for food, and we'll come back to finish up the case. And we'll take our time with it. But we're gonna do break time. 20-minute break time. Go figure, I arrived just now. We'll still be going for a couple of hours after. But I'm gonna set up so we can go on a little break. That sounds good, right? Food. Like food, bio. Stretch. Doors. Right? Oh, but do I want to get rid of Suchi's message? But I have to. Alas. Alright. That'll be up there. Oh, shoot. Wrong button. Alright. I'm gonna set the BRB screen so you guys can keep entertained. You know, take care of yourselves. Because we're still got a while to go. So if you need to get food or snacks or anything to lurk along to, feel free to. Do so now. Alright? Alright.
Let me know if anyone wants some last-minute fishing before we return to the case. Ooh. Turn this on. Fish. Fish. Scooter! Scooter! That's your scooter forever. You have to take care of it. Nice. I'll pause the queue. Catfish! First time catch. Let's go. Good catch right there. Zip zoom. You gotta get her zoomies. Don't talk to me while I scoot away from my problems. Puts on sunglasses and farts away. Alright. I have to keep track of what's where there. Alright, that's fine. Electric catfish to charge your scooter! Yeah! It's like a battery! Alright. I just finished eating, so excuse me if I throw up. No. That won't happen, but worst case scenario, if I talk too fast. Battery-powered manual scooter? They got the electric scooters they have in cities now, right? The ones with the chunky batteries. You fill those with water, probably. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. Been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where could she be? She's just in jail. Where did she go? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. That number does belong to whom you suspect, that no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And the Chief Prosecutor Sky, 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here. To hear what you have to say. First time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something. The only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. You don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. Are we tempting Edgeworth with the truth? Are we like, hey, if you solve this way too fast, you're never gonna find out what happened 2 years ago. You're never gonna find out what actually happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? I like that we call each other Edgeworth and Wright outside of court, but we just tack on the Mr. when we're in court, just out of formality. This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. I don't know why I keep second guessing how to read his name. I was perfectly fine yesterday. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. We can take a hydrate. Here, the sippy. You guys better be hydrating too. I know some of you have been sitting here for a long while. You better keep hydrated, Cowboys don't go dehydrated. They need to hydrate. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Uji. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I could top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. I like the animation where he kind of fidgets with his hair there. What is this about, defendant? I'd like to make one request. I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, but this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Well, we finished. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. Can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... One moment, Your Honor. Edgeworth wants to know what's up. We've got him. We baited him. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With a sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to... I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. I love when Edgeworth doesn't give a shit about anything. For some reason, that's my favorite iteration of Edgeworth, when he just doesn't care. In the good way. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Edgeworth knows shit's happening, and he's not standing for it. This is my favorite part of the prosecutors. When they're not in it to win it, they're in it for the truth. They want justice just as much as we do. Love it when the prosecution and the defense works together like this in the game. Now the witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma. Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark, of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Oh, okay then. Sure, given fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Alright, 2 years ago.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. Gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
We're the evidence. We're gonna prove it for Edgeworth.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant.
Edgy's trusting you, Phoenix. Literally, I don't know yet, but please don't press me on that. Points finger at Edgeworth. Edgeworth points finger at Phoenix. Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
The electricity went out? Wait a minute. It was pitch dark in that room. You shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene of my mind.
See?
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim.
Let's hear more. Let's find out more.
You spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial.
You told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
Picture?
Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
I want to see the picture! The picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. How odd. How very peculiar that, you know, Edgeworth doesn't have that evidence on his list. She would mind? Well, Edgeworth's saying it's not relevant because it's not on the evidence list. But why do we have the second half over here? Can we look at it? I see. Update that report. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put in all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence?
Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for this case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
That may well be.
But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! Emma's so happy. I drew that! I made that!
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
Yeah, wrestling?
This guy has a big hand! What's the meaning of this?
I need this.
What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you handled 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
Do you see, Mr. Edgeworth? Quite obvious what happened.
2 years ago.
Only half the evidence in the case ever reached you. I'm back. Hi, Meta! We found some crucial evidence. We just found out that the evidence list that Edgeworth has was only the first half, or 1/2 of the full list. And we found the drawing that Emma drew of the incident 2 years ago. I can hydrate.
What? Order. Order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means...
Your Honor? Or you aren't, Mr. Wright. Your eyes are bulging from your head.
How did he not notice it was torn? Edgeworth usually takes things in, like, face value. And also, 2 years ago would have been one of his earliest cases as a prosecutor. Probably, when they say torn, it probably was that it's like a full-size spreadsheet of paper. And then it was, like, neatly torn in the middle. Kind of like how you do, like, half sheets. If the evidence list was torn in half, there might be more of the drawing in the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see. I love this face he makes.
Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something wrong in the back of my list. It's that thing.
Is that why he was so upset?
That's that thing. The thing was dancing in the evidence room.
It's crucial! You all thought, oh, that's so funny. They put it in as a red herring. It's so important! It's never leaving him alone. It haunts us forever. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. Guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated to the court record. So that's what it originally looked like. I figured that's what it is.
Very well. Witness?
Edgeworth probably assumed that it was like ripped out of like a full document just to hand it to him, and not that it was like half of a full document.
Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Well, thank you for the lunch. Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. Oh, thanks for getting the lights.
We're getting serious now.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly the picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. For that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I don't know if we have something exactly. Did you take your break? We just came back from the break.
Sorry for asking you so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced by any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. Better watch out, or you might find some way to cut my salary.
What salary? I drew the picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So, I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright? Is there something that's bothering you about this draw picture?
Huh? Oh, well... It's strange. He claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in your mind. Yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. There is something a little odd with this, huh? Alright. What do we have? Neil Marshall. Let's see, this is his autopsy report. Time of death? Cause of death. A single stab wound piercing heart/lung. Assessment. Died from blood loss in another 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing its tip. Ooh, thank you so much for updating the autopsy report. Now, it was a sharp knife. There was like at least 1 inch or 2 inches of the knife stuck inside him. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright? Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? It's very well detailed. It has got like the lighting and everything. But what's the stick? What's the stick that the attacker is holding here? The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see that its tip is broken. And now you don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? The tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? I wonder if drawings like this are actually using real court cases. I don't see why not. Wouldn't there be, like, profile sketches for identifying faces and features and stuff? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at that time, but she was sure that she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. It reminds me of this one sketch this person did of the person who committed the crime and it looked like a 2-year-old drew it. I mean, yeah, sometimes you just have to rely on what you get, you know? Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? Treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! The knife tip is fake. Order, order, order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Grant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. This is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
That's true. And there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? If the witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
We know where. We know where it came from.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon is already broken prior to the murder.
There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. We don't have it. But we have proof of it. Wait, also, I want to see the full picture. Something about the blue badger doodle just being on there. Alright, it's this. We have the thing that would have it, but we can't prove it just from that. We have to prove its actual existence. A broken weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. It was like Batman coming down. Yeah, he's coming down to intervene. Right here, inside this picture. This is the picture of the award ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was all in likeliness from this award. Order, order, order! Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this shield, broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. His broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutor Award white knife was the murder weapon, then the murder and the victim would have been reversed. What do you mean? This man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Can I ask you an off-topic question? Sure. Depends on what the off-topic question is. Oh! No! It can't be! But the prosecutor's the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it, wait! I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? List? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture... I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Not the music. The haunting fade in and out of the Blue Badger theme. So Stream Deck's really useful, but I don't know if I should get one seeing how I'm just starting out and barely have any OBS layers. So, I wouldn't. I didn't use I only recently got a Stream Deck after almost, what, like 3 years of streaming? And I'm finding use now, but I've never had to use it prior. I would say start streaming first. If you think you need hotkeys, there are hotkeys that you can assign. The Stream Deck is really just the ease, like the combining of the hotkeys and other actions, but I've never really had a use for the hotkeys prior. I would like click things manually, Mix It Up would take care of things for me instead. Also, there's apps. You can assign the hotkeys to another keypad and that kind of stuff. There's like more free applications that can emulate what a Stream Deck would do. So try those out first before you decide spending $100, $200. Yeah, there's other ways about it. Mix It Up is free. It's a plugin. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Also, mix it up. The earlier you incorporate it into your stuff, the easier it is, because I'm having a hard time transferring over all my stuff from the other applications I've had to mix it up. But if you start with it, it might be easier to ease in.
Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up, now the blue badger. That should be interesting. The blue badger is the key to it all.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed to the both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw a shadow.
The blue badger haunts us all. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That's what I mean. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Very well. Oh. Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further.
Lana. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. You've already come this far. Too late to turn back.
We call the blue badger as a witness. Not here, but he does appear in the live-action movie version. And that's one of my favorite scenes of all time.
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
That's one of my favorite parts in the movie. It's a very interesting adaptation. It's also pretty old. I need to look that up. Watch the whole movie. It's based on the first game.
Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It's the first game up until case 1. This is 1-5, so 1-3, I think. 1-3 or 1-4? I don't think it's the full thing, is it? I think there's a couple movies.
You're finally getting to the core of the matter.
The 2012 one? Let me see. Hold on. Ace Attorney. Live action movie. 2012. Yes. The answer is yes. Can I put these pictures in? I love these things so much. Wait. It's 89 cents? What a steal. I'm gonna show it right now. It will have my my lighting effects on it. But just as an imagery, right? there he is, doing his best. Get them if it has subtitles, of course. It's such a fun movie, especially if you already know the characters. They made adaptations to like how the characters look and stuff like that. But if you know the story, then it's easy enough to follow. When I saw the man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. That's gonna be my 14 chat cover. I think I knocked away the man with his knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning and I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room. I'm sure I saw a shadow. Okay. I'm gonna start from panic versus both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning. That's when I saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast. That was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. It's all quite verifiable. That would sound strange, but I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before. Somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Now, there's something else that we might have on hand that maybe very vaguely perhaps represents what the blue badger looks like. You know, we may have something that, you know, given the right circumstances. You know? Mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I gotta show them the correct angle, so, God. Okay, Right? This game is amazing. I'm trying to see if there's like a better way for me to... Right? Does that work? Oh, come on. Yeah. Was that not the right angle? Alright. Whoops. I moved a window by accident. Is this not correct? Right? This feels right. But I could be wrong. That looks right. Flip it around? They might be wanting me to flip it around. It looks right. Cause this is the best way for, cause this is way too big, right? Sorry, this is like the best way for me to rotate items. This is like a really weird... Shit. Okay. Wait, strafing! Wait, what? Wait, I didn't hit the... God damn it. We're gonna spend like the next 2 hours doing this. Okay. See, the reason this jar looks so weird is because of these two things. These are actually the stand. These are actually the stand for the bottom of the jar, which is why it actually sits like this. So I'm trying to figure out how exactly it wants me to present the jar. The red paint on the bottom? Because if I do the red paint on the bottom, then it looks like this. And it doesn't look like the picture. Because this is the picture that they're trying to have me match it up with. Right? This feels right. You know, I'll try it this way. I'll just look it up. Doesn't want me to line it up. I'm right, I'm just not doing it quite enough. Okay. Is it like... I feel like I've already done it this way, but... God damn it. It's poorly scripted. This is also ported. If the reason this looks like if this feels like it's much more clunky, god damn it. I didn't mean to press that. We're stuck in this endless loop. It's very restrictive. Because the original iteration of this was originally for the DS. So it would have been like a single screen that I would have had to play with this. Do we have it figured out of how I'm doing this wrong, right? Like this? No. Let's see. Gotta make the neck look like that. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Let's see. Sitting here for 10 minutes. Oh. God damn it. Someone took a screenshot of what it should look like, but the image link expired. Ah, okay. Well, I know what it's supposed to look like already. God damn it. I keep hitting the present button instead of rotate. I know what it's supposed to look like, it's just not accepting it. But so someone in a comment said use the arrow keys instead. Right? There we go. Oh, finally. Oh. It's been 87 years. Like, I've totally presented this exact thing, right? Is the fact that it was slightly rotated, that it wasn't accepting it. God. Okay. It's so peculiar. It's because this wasn't really intended to be matched up with the mouse, so it doesn't know what to do if I rotate it too much. Like left or like clockwise or counterclockwise. Well, is this a miracle? Are you guys tired of this music yet? I'm never gonna get tired of the Badger theme song. No one could possibly deny that this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No. Can't be! The blue badger is gonna haunt Edgeworth forever. I want more blue badger merch. They used to sell quite a bit of it. The defendant has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed the day of the crime was actually this. Although we enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? Nuh-uh. Fuck you mean, nuh-uh?
So the badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. See, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw the jar? Let's see. So it's either the location, the murder weapon, or the murder. We really don't prove anything but the murder. The murder weapon doesn't actually change either. But the location of it is a little peculiar, isn't it? Location, yeah? I'm gonna take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, might I add, Mr. Wright? Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. On a shelf in the office of Damon Grant. Right in the background. The body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it's those two facts that reveal what happened, what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened in the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. I'm implying the murderer moved the victim's body from David Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? I mean, it's like 10 feet away. Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? Do we know the reason? Finally figured it out. This is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to the picture once more. Like, how much does a full-blown organ with built-in pipes cost that is loud enough to reverberate throughout a building and the building next to it? I don't know, actually. Couple... Depends on how big. 3,000 at least, starting? The man was knocked in the direction of the shelf that the jar was sitting on. What would he have hit? The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. As the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King Prosecutor's trophy. No. Sir Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this. It'd be a lot. It'd be a lot to reveal the truth of what happened. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? The events took place as the defense theorizes, and the outcome is obvious. The moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He didn't know. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of
Me? No! Oh, poor Emma. She was even like, how old was she? 14 when this happened? Oh, she fainted. Never imagined her testimony would lead to this. It was the witness who took the victim's life, and proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Unprecedented. Sorry, Emma. What are you saying? Sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How could you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If I recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? Lana's been protecting Emma all this time. I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would prove difficult. It would certainly would be difficult to prove with the evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Certainly can't get dead people to testify. I mean, not right now. Maya's back home right now, and we're kind of on like the last hours of the trial we could possibly go to. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course. Not only leaves us with one possibility. You mean, there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In a manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. The evidence. This message from the deceased. It's already in our possession. Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. You know, this is really pretty golden coming from the fact that we did just prove Edgeworth innocent for murder. Yeah. We have evidence. There's something here. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he just going to speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure that it would. Like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood. What you're saying, these dots, once lines,
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. Oh shit. I looked away and I clicked by accident. Well, blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright! What kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Is it obvious what we must do? Oh. With that, technically this kind of bends inwards, but we get the idea. Hey, yo, it's my favorite game! Actually, will it let me, like... It'll let me just kind of fuck around with it, actually. It looks like I can't do anything with this one. It's the defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. That's why I've been thinking about this, that's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. For all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. The final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. It connected that with Wright's blood. We are just taking blood from somewhere, or a crayon. All people. They may not have meant it. In the end, one who took the victim's life. Emma Sky. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant. You understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Gah! Stop making it upset. But Joe Dark really was a serial murder. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. He's gaslighting us. Despite what you may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? He might have sent an innocent man to his death. How could he just stand there like that? It wasn't his fault. Order, order, order! And just think, we're still not talking about the car park stabbing. Well, we know what actually happened. We just haven't brought it up in the courtroom yet. He's bullying Edgy. I deny that. Checkmate. The gavel pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess.
Where's this trial headed? No one knows where this trial is headed. Alright. Save. We're inching ever closer to our resolution. Court, defendant lobby number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. Well, update that report. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. No, come back! Detective Gumshoe! What is it? Gotta learn nerve, pal. Making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's been having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She's asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Look at that book. Evidence law? Edgeworth was just talking about this the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. You could at least study some evidence law. Evidence law? Really? Chief Prosecutor also wanted to give you a message. It's the first edition copy of Baby First Trial. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him? Guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Yay! Securely slipped in his pocket. That's a small book. Doesn't look like the book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in with that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she's unwittingly caused the man's death, and now you tell me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? We're gonna expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. We're gonna do it. I gotta read the book. Alright. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Okay, do we have time to read the book? Alright, for Miss Skye, explain the 2 rules of evidence law. No wonder it's like such a kid's book. It only has 2 laws in it. Okay. Rules for submitting evidence. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry Ugh. Ooh, I had a big yawn. Whenever I do the deep voices, I always get the urge to yawn because of the way I have to, like, inflect my voice. So I'm inducing fake eepy whenever I do a deep voice. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, Normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness.
But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. Think it may have manipulated the witness. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Believable. Edgeworth's found a way to continue the trial. Even after the defense call a witness. Well, they've let us request witnesses, but in this case, we're not getting the prior approval of the prosecution bringing in the witness. It's, hey, wild card, call in whoever you want. There's no way I could have prepared any sort of, like, faked evidence or strike a deal to lie about their testimony or omitting any testimony. So that's what he's trying to do right now. Kind of like calm down the audience. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution. We accepted his proposal. Wow. That's it. That's the end game, guys. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. That's the true end game of Ace Attorney. And it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Yeah! Mr. Wright? Do you realize that this is your last chance? If you call forth the wrong witness, this trial's as good as over. The defense calls. The time's finally come to bring out the real murder. Huh, fellas. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to end this? Damon Grant. The defense calls Damon Grant to the stand. Damon Grant? I keep calling Grant. Damon Gant. Damon Gant. Gant? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. I can't believe you've done this. As luck would have it, you should still be in the courthouse. You would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Nothing gets higher than the chief of police, I guess. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What's this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Let him have lunch first, at least. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy. Are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant. The court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave, were very foolish. You are aware, of course, that the chief of police has all kinds of weapons at his disposal? Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is this true? Afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries it with certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Look at that smile. Isn't that such a trustworthy face right there? Just remember, this turns out to be a big waste of time. Don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
A very punchable face.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. Make a long story short, he slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Oh, and a hydrate, thank you. We'll have a new blue badge in front of the station before the week is out. Thank you for the hydrate.
Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious.
Right through the lung and heart, huh?
When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark had bumped his head. See, the thing seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief had the right to refuse to testify, I'd better hit him hard and fast.
Alright.
Through lung and heart? Flesh wound! Walk it off! We can't waste his time, so we really gotta go right into it, right? As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Nothing at all? Not even...
Where'd it go?
Oh.
Was it where'd it go?
Right? You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. I'm afraid that claim that's a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence discovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Got him! Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Huh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
We're rivals.
So you admit it, then? That you were involved in the forgery? Oh, me? Or do you mean... you?
Me?
Why would I have anything to do with that? Well... you were the one who stuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Rido? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
No, Gumshoe. Yes, well, in the light of Detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, in their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Alright. Let's see. What is it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed. I believe I'll press charges, so you won't make that mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? We got this murder case to wrap up. You could sue him tomorrow. Today is... well, you know. Alright, Edgy. Your return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? Where are they going? Huh? What are these guys? Telepathic? Where are they going? Where's the chief going with the judge? Swimming? At that place? That they can't talk about during work? Out to the back house is a good place for you know what. They're gonna hold hands in the swimming pool. For all I know, you could have planted them on my office, and you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Re-entering the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there's one large benefit you've reaped from all of this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of SL9 incident secured you promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He's going to be made chief anyway. Ah! Be careful when pointing your finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. That means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, you need it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. Only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. This goes against his earlier demeanor quite a lot. I mean, he's never really kept it very well hidden that he is a very, selfish person. You know, self-serving. What happened to giving people $50? I mean, if you ask him, he'll give you $50, but he would definitely be the type of person to say, well, you don't have to pay me back, but now you owe me something in return. You know? He'll give out the money, but you still have to pay him back. Even if he doesn't tell you out front. That's just sort of the person he is. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. True. And, like, even his personality of, like, oh, like, dishing out compliments, calling people the nicknames, being friendly. That's all in a front to get people to act the same towards him. Which is friendly, open, like, oh, like, we're friends. Like, you'll do this favor for me, right? Like, all buddy-buddy. That's all part of his character. Never changed once. It's just that we're seeing more of his true colors now. Be tough on crime and tough on people. Tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there be something in it for him? Even his selfishness. Would he have helped someone out? True. You may not help out anyone for their sake, but it would benefit you. You might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright. It appears you're positively determined to portray the chief. The nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who's this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped to forge evidence? The only person we know. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in the light of circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Hi, Pyro. Hi. You mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Judge, please. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. Also, that just then was like a very unique sound effect that I don't think has appeared all in the game yet. That was like a very unique like sound effect for the gag. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. What's that little guy? Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I want you to get hurt. What do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. Oh, what?
Friend. little Jobel friend?
That's a fella. He's vibrating. Vibing. Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in a law enforcement agency. Oh, that's Joel from Vinesauce? Okay. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible.
There's more. Oh my god.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating that what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. Too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Edgeworth grabbed our hand gently and has pulled us into the deep end. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? The chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. We're gonna drown together, right? Do you think Edgeworth can swim? Do you think Edgeworth is good at swimming? Because we've already proven that Phoenix can swim, or at least survive rapid waters perfectly fine, uninjured. He caught a cold. Yes, join me right in this pursuit of truth. We accepted his proposal earlier, so really, what is just another step, right? I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. We got it. ID card record. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe on Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... Also, what a shitty safe code. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. Same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Worst code ever. Order. Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was a violation of regulations. I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. Edgeworth, no! But right now, this court demands an explanation from you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is still worse. What's worse? Like a ascending numbers starting from like 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 1, 1, 1. What's worse in your opinion? Not that both are bad, both are shitty, but which one is worse? About the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whether it's the evidence or the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, you would need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet with Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
I think both are bad. I know both are bad. Which one do you think is worse, though? 1, 2, 3, 4, a setting is the worst. 7 digits, I would say, is, like, less likely for you to assume it's that. But 7 digits is a lot, really. Alright, but we do have evidence. Here. A half-written document dated on 2/21 can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. What are the numbers for? So this is a record of all the IDs that basically went into a locked room. Long story short, the only number we haven't been able to determine is the ID that's 7, that's the digit on top with all the 7s. We don't know who this is, but it's the only person who could have committed the murder because the entries further didn't do anything and were like falsified. So basically we're trying to prove like, oh, you met on that day and this is your ID number. And also it was a safe number. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So, Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you're in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're trying to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But, wait! The Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. You could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your car was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Ooh, I love that animation. Oh, I love his breakdown animation. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in the right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. That's so powerful. I love it so much. Some of the characters have such strong breakdown animations, and they're haunting sometimes. And that's one of my favorites. Of like the first trilogy, that's like one of the best ones, I think. Yeah, no one in the right mind would choose the police department. No one in the right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. That's honestly a valid point. After the murder,
you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot, in Edgeworth's car. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was just a useless clue taking up space. Nothing is useless in the inventory. Everything is useful. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Oof. Evidence from the past case of Edgeworth's, brought back to his office by Gant's request. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? What does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go, by Chief Gant no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought it back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. He played everyone for a fool. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless you of course have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have Mr. Edgeworth transported evidence from a closed case? There's only one possible explanation. Transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order! What's going on here? There's no room for rebuttal in the defense's outrageous Is there no room for rebuttal in the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took of the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk meant to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. The photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up. Are you righto? I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? Police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh-worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, I think I had Lana dispose of the body. If so, then show your proof and get it over with. Say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body? Do I have any concrete proof?
You don't really have anything that proves that.
No use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself.
No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Aji? In that case...
I'm a boop. High scorp. I'm middle scorp.
Case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. Huh? What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto? We're just doing our best here.
How you doing, son? I'm trying to wrap up this case, but we can't quite get him, but I'm doing okay. Hope you're also doing okay there.
Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I leave the rest to you.
Oh, he just left. Okay.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer. This is an affront to the senior officer of our nation's law enforcement agency.
What? Edgeworth saved our health. Hi, Vulture.
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet the honor of hearing her testimony.
Lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
The absence of conclusive evidence, any other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised at this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Edgeworth is here to save. So many things happened today. He proposed to us. We accepted the proposal. He grabbed her hand and we smooched a little during the break.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
Okay, just eepy and cold. I hope... Well, you can be eepy, but I hope you're less cold. I hope you get less cold.
Does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth. But we can't just stop now.
Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth...
The only person who also knows what's going on.
The defendant. Miss Lana Sky?
Is it the roast beef lunch lady from earlier? Well, she doesn't know the truth. She is fully under the assumption that she saw Lana stab the body, but she doesn't actually know what happened. She's just very confident in her point of view. But she wasn't wrong. Lana did stab the body, but she didn't kill the guy. She stabbed the dead body to get rid of the weapon. That's okay. There's a lot of things going on here and there. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on.
Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana.
I'm talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such an outrageous claim anyway, right? Just something to just something to think about. Alright then. I have a lunch date to meet.
Selfish man.
Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
February 25th, 2:04 p.m. 2:04? And he's going for the early bird special? Bennett lobby number 2.
Like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Thank you. Now we kiss.
That chief. Something else, eh, pals?
Detective Gumshoe.
I'm not a detective anymore.
No!
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided to where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl I used to work with. You mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand?
It's not fair he has the right to refuse. It's not fair that he has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What did he mean by that?
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too?
Emma, are you okay?
Yeah, when I came by, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost somehow feel relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. I think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. Forced herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do.
That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant might be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see. Well, better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. We sure do live in a society. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, right? It's time to end this.
Go, Edgeworth. Time for the final chapter. How are you guys doing? Take a big sippy. We're almost done. February 25th, 2:21 p.m. District Courtroom number 9. I think there's like 10 or 11 courtrooms total. I guess it would be easier for it to be an even number, right?
Now then. Will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? On a Sky, you're the chief prosecutor. That's a lot of courtrooms. They got a lot of court to go through. Each court case only takes 3 days, so they gotta get them through fast. They only have so many judges, though. I think it's more like which ones are occupied at the moment. No, they have that room. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Edgeworth knows. Well, he didn't know, but he kind of knew. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. Sorry, I'm tying up my hair. Remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course. The truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant. Fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana...
This is true? That means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
Damn it, Lana. She's doing it because Chief Gant is basically saying, if you testify, I'm going to accuse your little sister of murder. And we already proved that she did it too. So he's gonna do that if Lana speaks up. We just gotta get the truth out of her. What if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah. There's no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Alright. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to his blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. Say you did this all by yourself?
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene.
The broken Prosecutor Award's knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's the only situation you dreamed was possible.
The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life.
Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but it'll never change this statement.
You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that.
Is that so? What happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes.
I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted inside the wound, and then moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife into the wound, and then you moved the body. But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad. Maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. And thank you for the hydrate. Okay. This lady. She's got no choice. When he showed up at the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where he deducted it was, by Chief Gant's desk. The body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. The piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Why? Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes, the wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Drake committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. Not possible. Gee. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently, the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's something more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. Piece of the jar shattered during the events that threatened my plan? Nope. The reason for that is that Emma's name was written in blood, but it was wiped away, which shouldn't be possible if it was shattered. I don't know if that's the point they're gonna bring up, but... This guy, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. I mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring everyone's attention to a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction? In my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. You have a problem with that? Simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on the jar in the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it with his final moments. Exactly so. This is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar. Order. Order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. Not easily, at least. No, not in a way where we could have rearranged it and it would spell it out exactly. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we are headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Well, the witness may now continue her testimony. Alright. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all.
All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Immediately noticed the blood trace in the jar, but it was dark in the room. You say if I wiped away the blood? The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. Every single piece was collected and stored away as evidence, and not a single one was found tucked away in another person's safe. This guy, I believe this jar conceals the truth, a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There was something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night of the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up at the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendants have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. All the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years?
Well, Your Honor, can you answer that? No!
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. The judge didn't even have a breakdown sprite. Upsetting. Well, he's not the on the witness stand. He doesn't need to have one.
Why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And herein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet. No. I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Your Honor, the prosecution is hot. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. You mean Lana or Edgeworth? Because this is also the prosecution. She's the chief prosecutor of the district. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Yes. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem like the type to twist the truth. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Their cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more, for the final time. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body, impaled on the suit of armor with a sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if that all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana says she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check the evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Well, the only thing we got from her is our evidence logbook. Right? Ah, there we go. Ah! Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Oh! Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. And boy, Marshall! This is Neil Marshall. On his picture. Crime photo taken from the case 2 years ago. Mr. Wright! That piece come out from his vest. Could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this? It's a handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whose ever fingerprints of those must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. As long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. What do we do now? He was nice. I liked him for like 2 seconds when he was alive in the flashback. Well, we see pictures of him,
He won an award. He's the king of prosecutors. He was the king of prosecutors 2 years ago. He's a real swell fellow right here. Isn't he sweet?
Now, begin our cross-examination.
Alright. Oh, okay.
I was ready to cross-examine right there. Come on, come now, Ajim. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. Now. What? Now you want me to make... Now. What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy, too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two with my defense.
His brother's nice too. I like Jake Marshall. He's goofy.
I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
There we go. That double-edged sword. He refused to testify, but now he can't defend himself in the future, too. That's supposed to be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax. Enjoy the sound of the enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. And get you done fucked up. Gah! Ah. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean?
Gamer Goblin Gary.
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Oh wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. Someone does. Someone. So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? Do you have something to show us? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Sir, those spears coming for you prove otherwise.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
He knows that we have the cloth. If I show that piece of evidence now, I'm sure to be made out as a murderer.
You're right. If you have any more evidence presented now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? Better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Can I present the piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? But we also have the rules. We can't show the evidence right now. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie! Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We've had it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Looks like a part has been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? This means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto? Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean, you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her?
I knew Lana. If it made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that's what she saw the scene. She would ask me for my aid. You assisted Miss Sky. Told her to arrange the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. Ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
Sir, you can't testify. I guess he's technically confessing right now.
When I tampered at the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. That was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence?
You mean the items in your safe? Or why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make the police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I had the most legible part of Emma's name.
You're an old man a fool, Gant.
I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off of all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Oh, some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come now, Rido. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
You admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do all that being chief and all. Well, it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Rido. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Found in the Chief Gant's safe? Evidence for something, but what?
It's just a nice old piece of cloth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes. At last, he finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean... It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh. You're as slow in the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Rido had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? I mean, you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
You do. Whoever's fingerprints belong on these must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma. Emma Sky.
What? They're mine?
Sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, ho, ho, ho! You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky.
You knew whose fingerprints were on all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet. Huh, but I'm afraid it isn't over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too.
No, Your Honor, there's only proof that she pushed him, not to his death.
We really don't have anything proving that this shove is what did it, but everything does point to it right now. You conclusively concealed this, you purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Are you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the only one single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? Oh, just one more thing.
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Yes, you're right. This piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, you tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, a piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Now, I don't know if we have... really, like, observed. Let's see. Right?
Photo. What exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See how the piece of his cloth was cut out? It's a little, It doesn't quite match up.
Yes. The shirt was showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs were no doubt punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, with that piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it. Ah! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he shoved aside. Most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. I was right! We really didn't have anything else proving when that occurred. Until now. The order of events, rather. So, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him in the armor's sword? And to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death. Said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. Make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted on only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? With the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. Also, hi, Jeff. Yeehaw there, partners. Did we catch the Shadow Clone murderer? We did. Well, we're about to accuse him. We've cornered him. Got! We've just proven that in his attempt to forge evidence to prove himself innocent, he's just created a big hole in his, what is it? His alibi, I guess? Oh, that was almost close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order! What nonsense is this? Homie really went, nuh-uh. Well, he's the chief of police, so he kind of can do whatever he wants. Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, G? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
That's not fair.
Ho 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 ho! You actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last slot's on you, son.
Yeah?
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? Seems, at last, time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright? Do you admit to it? That you personally and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
Illegally? Illegally? No.
Phoenix doesn't really come across as a plan guy. No, we're working together with Edgeworth on this, so we're not the plan guy. Our husband is. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal!
Baby's first trial.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? These are the certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Haji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
Yeah. We have the evidence law book. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case on trial.
This is my proof, Your Honor.
Evidence law. I still have that little chicken on it.
What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. There's only 2 laws in the entire book. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without approval from the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department.
Now seems like a weird time to start caring about court proceedings. We're caring because this guy is pushing them so hard. This guy, initially, he goes, I refuse to testify. He gave up his right to testify, and he came back later to try to defend himself, and we went, no, no, no. We went, no, you gave up your right to testify, so you can't defend yourself either. The laws go into great detail, but it's simplified, yeah. These are the very simplified game version of the laws.
And here's the crux of the matter. As you see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. Oh, what? What kind of nonsense is this? You want a relevancy? Just take one look at this picture, and... Sorry, but you recall. When was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. There he goes. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the apartment, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. I wanted to reinvestigate the case. You recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. The evidence is transferred. I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jacob Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Bailiff, lock him and take him away. Dude, you're admitting to 2 murders now. Yeah, he is. Well, he knows he's already good as... He's done for. He knows that. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many unanswered questions, left. There's too many questions left unanswered. He opened the evidence locker, and as he's taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm gonna hand this all over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. Cursed knife. When it happened. Couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The gloved fingerprints. Bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. It used to be known as the crime computer. Everyone has to start everywhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? Sorry, couldn't think of any way to move the body. I broke your trunk. What's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she had much to lose if the truth came out. You took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker? I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. Just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. He has us. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Aji. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. Sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force. Sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though.
I guess it's only fair we let him dictate his eulogy. It's gonna be the death sentence for him. Never see him again.
Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here. And Worthy. These two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound of a new beginning.
There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky,
You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial's over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, the time I had Gant help me forge evidence, up until today. So, seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. Sorry, Miss Sky. Couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Maya thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you, as your acting boss and chief of the prosecutors. It was nothing. It's that tsundere coming out. No, I didn't do it to help you or anything. It was just the right thing to do. It's not like I was helping you or anything like that. Yeah. Liar. Calling him right out on that bullshit. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all, and guided Mr. Wright to victory. Done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. By the way, Lana's getting the axe too. As an accomplice. She's definitely not getting away scot-free. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. You're innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact that you still acted as an accomplice, a trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone far too long already. All crimes are punishable by death. I think it's only the crimes involving murder. I think accomplice gets a much lighter sentence. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty! We did it, everyone! The last not guilty of the Ace Attorney trilogy. That is all. This court is adjourned. Yeah! We did it, you guys. We got through all the story. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. From now on, only guilty verdicts! Ooh, you better watch out what you wish for, Jeff. Yeah, show off that badge! At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister— oh, thank you for the lunch. And I can hydrate. Let me do this really quick. A little setup there. Alright. But at least she wasn't convicted for murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have in the past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too.
But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals! Oh. Yes, I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty? And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Poor guy.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. I came here today because of you, pal.
This man has been on a ride.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I wonder if you won't.
I won't tell if you won't. Solidarity!
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, that was the first time in my life I panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think of was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
She's as much under arrest as Gumshoe has a job. Which he doesn't right now. Well, he still has duties, but he's no longer a detective as the current moment.
Sis,
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
but sis, you were only doing it for me.
No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. And hiding in what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis.
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Oh, Emma.
Emma.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on to a brighter future. Good ending! Good ending! At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright? Mr. Gumshoe? Profound, I assume. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. What are you so grumpy for? Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right, well, I'll be going now.
He's shy.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you won't blame yourself for what happened. I mean, he will. He literally disappears for like a year after this, but it's okay. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. Despise criminals. I can feel it, you and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. He has us! I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my life to fight them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That might be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. Because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on now, Mr. Wright. Show me what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Phoenix straight up not paying attention and just looking at Edgeworth. Yeah, this whole time. He was just zoning out. Alright, guys. You know exactly what we have to present. That might mean something to you. I don't see how it had to do with our partnership. Huh? Mr. Wright? It seems you still have a lot to learn as well. Oh, damn it. Was that not it? Did I miss it? I thought that was that. I thought that's what it was prompting me to do. That might be later. Wrong ending game. Let's go. It's fine. You'll excuse me. There's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened to kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. And then Edgeworth left forever, specifically because Sun presented the wrong evidence. We already know he leaves. We already know the timeline, that he pretends he's dead for a year. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? What I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I better get going too. Okay. But I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn, and catching up to do. What is this? It's so cute! Here, this is a little something for you. A scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. So, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. As for me, I think it's time I started a new journey of my own. Surprise, Lana reads at a 2nd grade level. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, time to go trekking off. Don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is the detective? Just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, maybe okay with me, but the folks in the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright's here, the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, do you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Gumshoe casually committing fraud.
Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream?
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go. Ooh. Look at that, Shu Takumi. Everything's thanks him. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Can't end a case without Phoenix getting a bill. Gotta find out what everyone's up to. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me.
Yikes! I thought it was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily.
I hope you guys enjoyed the Ace Attorney trilogy. This is the very end. This will be the last time we see some of these characters. And for some, just a little bit while. Next week, we'll be starting a new series. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to security guard. My partner is keeping an eye on the entrance for me, though, today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm gonna make a detective. Yes, sir! Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. Trial Thursdays? We're gonna start the Ace Attorney trilogy. The first case will start next week. It'll be a one-day thing, pretty short. Blue Badger.
There he is! Look at him go!
Go, little guy, go! Oh, no! The batteries finally died. I can't redeem hydrate. I think we've hit the limit on hydrates, but I can take a hydrate. Thank God. We've ended his suffering.
What is it? Can't you see I'm having a showdown with a steak lunch partner? The star managed to sneak it into me. You seen one of the guards, it seems. Cowboy, looks like you did it. Even gave Bambina back her job. You make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
There's a limit per user for water. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. Right way, Lunch. Top layer tastes as bitter as defeat. The bottom's layer as sweet as victory. It seems to dig the turnabout theme. A hot seller around exam time. Make sure not to eat it backwards. I think that was my last one. Is the end of the water is perfect timing. But yeah, we'll be starting the new trilogy next week. And the week after will be my stream-iversary. I'll never forget that one young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for, how many years? Well, anyway, we got another trial to get to, so it better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Oh no, his gavel! I know exactly who we're gonna go into, so we'll go into them right away if they're still going good. Maya! Nothing soothes the soul like a fresh country air. Still, I do sometimes miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a fully fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya! Afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. Dang, the guy forget every organ, too. What do we want as our raid message into Petra, who's playing The Sims right now? We can be as unhinged as we want with a raid message. Hmm? Oh. Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? This is the letter that he writes. Where he leaves for an entire year. Accusin met in Morningwood. I don't know if Petra knows what the context of Morningwood is. I don't remember if she was there for that. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, thank you for the lunch, all I have to do is open this book. That makes it funnier. How about kissing cowboys? Kissing cowboys. I like this book. Oh. We're here to kiss cowboys today? We're wrapping up today, Bard. Hi. We've just finished. Oh, it's baby Emma! Oh, she's so cute. This is the ending for the last case we needed to play to finish the trilogy of Ace Attorney. Clear all of the Ace Attorney trilogy. And next week, we start the Apollo Justice trilogy. Which all of this was build up to, but this is important. But we did it. We finished all 3 games and the bonus case. Thank you guys so much for chilling out with me today. It was a good time. We are gonna say hi to Petra. Apollo, just ice. We're gonna start next week. The following Thursday is gonna be my debut-versary, so we'll do something then. We'll do something like that, and then we'll return back to Trial Thursdays after that. We're gonna power through the games, some of my favorite. So you still have a little bit of time to finish up any of the later games if you have them and are interested in playing them yourself or finding out the story. But otherwise, please come in. It'll be the same times. You know, and experience the story with me. It'll also be, my second time playing through them. Take care, son. Have a good one. You guys take care of yourselves. Thank you so much for coming in with me. And, coming in, watching me play my favorite story. Watching some of you guys react and figure out the story
if it was your first time, you know, experiencing it, it's very fun. I love you guys very much. I'll probably be streaming on Tuesday with some art or something or other. Thanks for streaming. It's been rad. My torment is over. Yeah, you think so? You thought? I'm gonna show up with a blue badger model next week. I'm gonna make a model that moves like the blue badger cutout, just for you, Jeff. All right. Take care. I love you guys. I'll see you, Cowboys.